Welcome to part 11 of our continuing adventure in MIO Memories in Orbit. At the end of part 8 several sittings ago, we completed the game up to our first sign of the end credits, but ever since we've been continuing to pursue the adventure and expand the map and attempt to discover even more about this world and reach what I know will be at least a second ending of some sort. And we've made significant progress on that account. In the previous sitting, we explored enough of the map to discover a very literal twist, and after having traversed the consequences of that twist, we found ourselves descending down here into the Crucible, where Tomo and Samsk have been reunited. I think given that Samsk is present there, I get the feeling that we're going to finally fill in the final missing traversal ability. We're missing something so far that's going to gain a bit of additional height. There is, for instance, here, this passage that ought to connect over here, but where we aren't able to get past this slope of gloom water flowing down towards it. There are a couple of other locations where we just haven't been able to reach a sufficient height, as well as one location where there was a gloom water waterfall that we haven't been able to do anything with here, despite opening up a grapple point that we're theoretically supposed to pull towards. And so we'll see exactly what that amounts to. But first, we've done one half of the Crucible, just a series of platforming challenges with rising and falling fluid, rising and falling molten lava, I guess. And we don't know yet what is on this side, but on the assumption that it is another platforming challenge, I should actually rebuild our character with that in mind. At some point, it looks as though we might connect back down here. At some point, we have to deal with the fact that, well, there's this opening here, and this entire passage in the middle I have not been able to reveal for quite some time because it was the original Solong escape passage, and it is obstructed on both sides right now, both here and here. So at some point, I think we're going to drop through the middle and possibly open up this gate from this side, but we don't know that yet. For now, all we know is that we do in fact have to come around here somehow, collect information from another terminal, and unlock this door, and hopefully along the way deal with what this exit will look like. Given that we want to build for platforming, which we didn't do in preparation for that previous loop on the left side, let's reconfigure. We didn't see any enemies there, for instance, so this was really not something we used at all. Gratitude we used extremely heavily as the most critical thing here. If we are really short on points, we can take away some things like displaying enemy health, because, again, no enemies. We do want the free repair, though. And building towards energy is probably still a good idea. Now, if we are doing things this way, taking away that 30 points, I was thinking splintering dodge might be a good replacement, because we found that occasionally we do need to dodge things like explosives that might put us in a situation where I want to regain energy or have a grapple point quickly, or alternatively we can build towards having more health for more tries. So let's play around with some of these configurations here. If I do this, we have 15 points remaining. If we take on off an additional 5, I might actually be able to put in 1 additional point of health. Maybe the additional 2 points of health will be more useful, although gratitude does correct for that somewhat. I think we're going to go with the same HP setup that we had previously. We'll just need to be patient enough to refill the extra point with gratitude each time, and we'll go splintering dodge just to see if that's going to be useful. Last time we did manage to finish the left side loop here without being ejected back to a save point, but it was very close. We had a couple of close calls when it came to the damage that we were receiving. But anyway, let's continue onto this side and see what this area is all about. This is going to be a float over this. Yeah, a lot of avoiding fire. And then what is that in the middle? It looks like it's a blade that is going to start whirring at some point. Look at all these blades. I bet we're going to switch them on, and they're going to start whirring. And then we'll really have to deal with them in earnest. Wanna go through? No, you can't. You can't just touch that. It's a blade. So, obviously not. But if we touch the center point, maybe. And you can, in fact, grapple through the center point. Oh, also you can tap it to rotate it. That's really important to know. Notice how by rotating it, we also rotated the one on the other side. Which seems extremely important. In fact, it may be the core of this entire challenge, that we tap it in such a way that allows me to climb onto the ceiling. Now, I should have actually bounced off that time, but we can bounce twice now, and we're all up here this way. Okay. Bit of a tutorial for that mechanic, I guess. Now, to grapple through doesn't turn it, so that's okay. I don't know if we can actually reach that at this point with a bounce, but let's go down here first. It looks like we will have to deal with it. And actually grapple through from the bottom, so we do in fact need to turn it. There will be a little bit of puzzling involved, and I should have dodged that actually. Let's refill health. You know, that's probably dodgeable. But with significantly better timing than that. Or we could just drop, actually, since it's going to go counterclockwise as signified by the arrows that we see in the middle there. Oh, didn't quite reach. There we go. Okay. Now here, I mean, we had to get up here and then go over, probably, but then... yeah, it would fall in after the climb. Fall in, jump. And then... yeah, we did need to grapple through that and climb on the other side of it, or bounce it. Again, the energy management does take a bit of thinking sometimes. Oh, and that goes clockwise. Okay. I have to read this quickly sometimes. It's okay, we've got lots of time to plan. And indeed, 06 side is more crucible. We just started the right side. You know, we're going to do it this way. That actually works a lot better. Lots of junk all over the place. How far along are we? We're somewhere over here, well above the exit point for whatever was down below. This is not chained with anything, so I think we just need to go through it. Grapple to the right, tap to the left, jump up again. After that... oh no, it goes clockwise. Yeah, no, I have to actually read this properly. That means we tap, go up top, and then here, and then, yeah, I just need to remember that tapping does refill my energy. We just need to grapple through that time. This is more puzzle-oriented than the timing-based challenges on the left side. I quite like it, actually. It's something that requires a fair bit of planning. In general, the energy management at the heart of this game has made all of the platforming challenges feel really quite unique in the genre, much more planning-oriented, much more cerebral in some ways. Naturally lends itself to puzzle-like interactions. Here we go. And look at that, we don't even need to refill any health. This section, you're saying, focuses on unique platforming objects. Yeah, we haven't seen these before, for sure. No, wrong way. I sometimes read the rotational direction here just a little bit too late. Oh no, missed a swipe. I was trying to swipe down and then fall to the right, grapple to the left. I think you develop an eye for it after a little while. An acre we're not about to spend. So yeah, that's gonna go right. We do need to climb up the left side though after a tap on this one here. And we need this one on the right to be in a horizontal orientation when we leave it. Oh. You can just stall here indefinitely sometimes. Whoops, missed my grapple. Yeah, if you kind of understand the rotational direction, then you hit one of those nodes, you can just kind of stall it and hit it on all four sides while you plan, if you're accurate enough to actually sustain that. Which sometimes I'm not. We actually overcomplicated that previous one. Okay, so now this is going to carry us over. Need to watch the energy management though. Okay, and then we need to tap that one to make it horizontal, then glide over to the left. Oh, no, hang on. For some reason I misread that as leading into another one, even though we'd seen it once before. There we go. Don't know if we're going to hit that junk pile over there, but I don't see the continuation. Guess we should climb down and see what's going on. Okay, I see. I'm not going to bother with it. We don't even know what cache is usable for at this point, despite all my extra cores. So bottom one turns clockwise, top one turns anti-clockwise. We will want the top one available as a grapple point, which means... Oh, no, bad angle. Oh, that won't really work if you're coming in at that low angle. I think we would need to go under it and tap it and then maybe jump up. No. It's not gonna work. Actually, no, we want to probably grapple through this one vertically. Yeah. Yeah, and then approach the other one from the left. So let's think about this. Oh. It's almost the right idea, and then we just rotate around the other one. This might be overcomplicating it, but... Oh. I tapped it one too many times. I was trying to adjust my position there, and that didn't quite go. Busy rotating there while planning the next move over to the left side. Actually, yeah, no, that angle's not going to work at all. We really can't do it that way. Actually, no, at that point we should grapple through. Because if you're at the bottom, you can always grapple through to get up on top, and then you refresh your energy after that. So that's... just like that. Oh, except I had no energy for float because we didn't tap. So it's okay, we just need to piece this together one step at a time. Oh, whoops, bad angle. Needs to go straight up through that. And we do, in fact, have enough wiggle room when it comes to height here. Lean right too quickly. The thinking time naturally lends itself to letting the point refresh on gratitude. For which we are rightly grateful. Whoa. No, at that point, after this first tap, we grapple up immediately. I stalled by one, and that did not work out. That's okay, we're close. There we go. Just needed some planning. What is this over here? Oh, the fountain got destroyed. Nacre's spilling everywhere. Okay, so this one is going to turn, but then what does it give you for an opening once you turn it? I think we'll just have to tap it and find out. I see. It taps whatever it is in the bottom here, and then we follow the rotation to turn it again until we have a way to drop out. And then we plan our next move from there. I should have grappled through from the left, actually. Okay, and then here's another one. This section really reminds me of the Ori games, actually. I seem to remember that Ori and the Will of the Wisps in particular had an entire section that also had a bunch of rotational elements with this one opening. Now, we'll roll this to the right, and then we'll continue to the top right, presumably. I don't exactly know where on the map we are at this point, but notice how this is now on a diagonal as well. Whoa. Needed to tap that upper one and probably glide until it refreshes. Oh. A little bit late. It's okay, we have a general plan. Hang on, let's redo it. Yeah, no. I needed to continue the grapple, or rather we tap that and then let's see how much height we can gain, because I thought I was able to just pull up my energy again, and I miscalculated just a little bit here. We're on the wrong side. Let's move through. Yeah, that's right. Just need to know when you're on the wrong side and burst through accordingly. Now, I guess this is going to rotate the chamber on top, and then we might have to do a wall climb up, but we'll see what the left wall is all about. Okay, now that was the correct orientation. Actually, let's do like this. Flip to the other side. Oh, I will need to refresh energy somehow there with an additional tap. Like you have to grapple through, but then you need to reload in order to get a glider or get enough distance, possibly, unless we go through a different angle. Got to think about this one. Let's flip over first. Let's redo this slightly. Reorient a little bit. Nope, missed. Yeah, I was trying to flip around there while we were reading the next obstacle. That's doing a few too many things at once, I think. Just trying to plan the next move. Oh, whoops, wrong way. But anyway, the fast way through this one is cross first, tap, cross up. Okay, just planning the next move here. Just figuring out where we're going to go with this. Yeah, I couldn't quite see what our next interactable location was going to be there. Whoops. Come on, let's redo this. That's what happens when you try to apply some thinking time while you are in the middle of trying to platform accurately. Don't really need that many extra rotations here. Whoops, a little off angle. Always seems like a huge reach to get over that gap. You can do it, but oh, whoops. But I do tend to run into some issues. Let's try to find a quick, reliable pattern here. Nope, hang on. Sometimes you can kind of pass through the middle while it's rotating, but I would not try to do that deliberately too often because I just don't have the precision to really execute that as reliably as I'd like. Nope. Really have to do a very close grapple there. Maybe. I mean, it might be better to take the horizontal position and bounce up and glide. We'll have to see what is most reliable. We might have to find a different method for that bit. Here, for instance, oh, swipe was on cooldown there. Yeah, sometimes I'm not reaching that node to the left comfortably enough to position myself after I hit, and that's leading into a bit of trouble. I feel like there is an easier way to do it. We haven't found it yet. Also, that's the easier way to speed through the second one. You just stay on bottom instead of grappling through right away. So, we'll try to find better and more reliable methods for everything. Notice that you can, in fact, fall through the middle when you rotate into the horizontal position. That is safe to actually fall through the center point without any kind of collision. Even if you're not using it as a grapple. So, that might be important. For example, you fall through here. Nope, I didn't have the energy there after the grapple. I was slightly just out of reach. I think, though, in the horizontal position, you can actually bounce all the way over. That might be a comfortable way to do it if we can execute that correctly. Now, how do I go from here? I can't reach the wall. That's really quite high up. I don't see what I'm supposed to go through there. I think I have to grapple through it. And if I'm grappling through it, then how do I recover enough energy to cling onto the ceiling? I don't think I cling onto the ceiling. I think I just hop over and try to make it through that left side wall with sufficient elevation. Oops. Let's work on that accuracy here. Fall through. Grapple through. Yeah, that looks right. Oh, didn't really manage there. Wrong way. But basically after that tap, you continue to rotate over to the left and that gets you through. So yeah, it's purely a grapple in the horizontal position on that blade. Fall through. And then... oh, nope, didn't see the hazard up there. You do need to fall out of that at that point. And then tap the next node after that. Oh, hit that a lot more comfortably than usual. Whoops, missed. Nope, I needed to do... ceiling cling is actually better than glide there. It would be a lot more comfortable. We just need to remember that. Just in terms of being able to see, whoops, which parts of the ceiling are non-hazardous and responding accordingly would help a great deal here. Nope. Missed that grapple a little bit. Let's just redo this bit here. That's not work out. Fall in. Nope. Grappled the wrong way. Or rather, I pushed a button for it before I was pointing in the right direction. Trying to do these things simultaneously. Classic platforming mishap. Okay. Oh, platform to the right, I see. So I just need to rotate that until I get a clear grapple to the right side with that blade in a vertical position in that gap. I see what to do. Whoops. Didn't quite grapple over sufficiently there. Let's fix it. Okay. Safe platform here. Now, at this point, you fall off the ceiling when you're climbing, you double jump over to the left, and then fall again. Oh, no, didn't see that blade. That's okay. But we have a very clear safe ledge, and so we're through a significant section here. Wait, what is this platform here? I guess that just reloads energy for you for a moment. I didn't see what was going on with that. That was a rotating spot on the left there. I guess if you step on it and you roll on it for a bit, then you can reload energy, but why would you want to do that when you can just reload energy by tapping the center of the blade? Looks like a bit of a fake out there, but we'll figure that out. So yeah, the important thing to remember about the ceiling cling is merely that you don't jump off of it, you fall, and then you have the double jump still available. That's the thing to keep in mind. Whoops. So all of this is chained together. So this was the area where I can reload all of a sudden, and then perhaps I just fall in from here. Oh, I see. Single blades. I mean, single blades you would think are pretty easy to read, and it wasn't really a threat. Well, that looks like it's the end of that one already, actually. That was pretty straightforward. And so let's inspect this panel to see what it has to say. Del flow chart about the precise composition of a newly made pearl. So we'll bring it back to Tomo and Samsk. Notice that we still haven't unlocked this lower location here. But let's map out what happened first, and then possibly something will be uncovered when we map everything. And possibly, I'm kind of expecting a new movement ability at this point, with Samsk being available right there in this room. And thank you for the GG. Yeah, that went really quite smoothly, actually. Yeah, I'm not nearly as nimble as you are. These machineries would have crushed me. What does a report on a crystallization process say? The pressure level is stable, the temperature is optimal, and the final product density is flawless, yet the pearls are already decayed even before they are outputted. That's what a crucible rejects them. They cannot even house the smallest program without it being corrupted into self-destructing behavior. What is happening in there? No, I don't think that there is anything that you can do to fix the crucible. That's not acceptable. The indicators must be faulty. I'll take a look myself and... Tomo, stop. You will just hurt yourself, and for nothing. The hardware is fine. And how do you explain the piles and piles of rejected pearls? The crucible is old, very, very old as a vessel. It has worked ceaselessly for over millennia. It's tired. It's probably decayed itself. MIO, can you stay with Tomo for a bit? I'm going to turn off the crucible. It deserves to rest, too. So yeah, it's just manufacturing tons of pearls to get junked. And the error in the process does not appear to be here. So let's see what happens when Samsk deactivates this. Will it come back to give me something new to work with? We'll find out. It's done. I tried to salvage anything useful, but after so much time, there wasn't much left. Still, aha, I suspected it might be this. So it's not an ability that gains height for us, but if we're able to get through gloom water, we already have a few places where we know how to use that. It should make it easier for you to deal with gloom water whenever you find some. That way it gets to live on for a bit through you. Who knows? Maybe it'll take you to new heights. Anyway, I'll get Toma back to my shelter when they feel ready, and thank you for all you did for us. So yeah, the shelter, of course, would be up above by the Nexus, where we kept checking in, and Samsk was never really returning there. But let's try this new ability. Flowing Steps. An advanced module extending the core functions of tendrils, allowing the wheel to walk even on liquid surfaces. I know several places where we want to use that. But wait, that still doesn't let me walk through the liquid in that one place where we need to pull through it, though. Does it? Maybe if we're stepping on it directly, then we... But then if you're using the tendrils, you would deplete energy, and then you're not able to use the grapple. So there's something we need to do still in that location that I had marked. Anyway, the only thing you can grasp from this rambling is a string of data that keeps coming back over and over again, that you can only translate as find a source. Now, the source of the gloom water, we know where that is. That's the shattered egg. That is all the way on top of the gardens, on top of the canopy. We have seen that, and that's very clearly where we're supposed to go. The Temple of the Black Egg, so to speak. Now, go back to saving the heart. We'll be fine, I promise. Yeah, we'll at some point head up to what is very clearly going to be the Temple of the Black Egg, and then we'll deal with some absolute radiance up there, I'm sure. So, dealing with gloom water, this gives you the passage out of here, if you're able to stride across it. The other thing, again, the waterfall location I was talking about was over here. We don't know how to deal with it. There was a spot in the pit that seemed like it was obstructed, where I felt like I could gain more height, but there was this wall of gloom water, essentially, that we couldn't get past, and that might be something worth looking at pretty much immediately, because it might even resolve the connection point to get back into the middle section if this doesn't drop us out here first. I think what's going to happen, though, is that this is going to drop us out here. We'll open that, and then we'll traverse through this. We'll figure out what's here. And now, I don't remember if it gets me sufficient height. If gloom water was the problem in... Which spot was it? The spot here, where we couldn't gain sufficient height. I don't remember what was actually obstructing me there. It could have been gloom water, we don't know. Here, we still have no idea about just yet. I just never found an entry point for that anywhere at all, so that's still a mystery. But this is clearly our last movement ability. And so everything should be accessible at this point. There should not be anywhere on the map that we can't go. In theory. And so, again, I'm not necessarily going to push for a full 100% unguided, depending on how much searching we need to do for everything that remains, but we'll get as close as we can, and it sounds very much like the endpoint is going to be going up to the egg. I didn't think, not even once, that a crucible could have a pearl of its own. It makes sense, doesn't it? It's just a very big and very specific unit that needs to make tough decisions based on a lot of data. And so if it has a pearl somewhere in this heavy frame, then it's susceptible to the same fate as ours. Decay. The inescapable corruption of our thinking processes. At least it didn't turn aggressive, could you imagine? The crucible spewing pearls everywhere until it manages to breach the vessel herself. Now I understand why the younger units were more and more vulnerable. Funny, don't you think? I came here hoping to fix the next generations. Instead, I find out that we are going to be the last ones standing. I guess we get to be there until the end, for them, so that they don't have to go alone. Alright, so, let's figure this out. I mean, we know where we're obstructed by gloom water, so that's naturally where to proceed. So yeah, this whole area doesn't connect down below, so this is something else entirely that we'll need to work our way up to once we have unlocked all this and possibly even popped open the pipe back to the saw-long escape passage. We'll find out. Down below. Oh, also, do I want to reconfigure? I think we're fine for now. Let's keep what we have. But yeah, here. Now, that does deplete quite a lot of energy, so we need to double jump onto that and then jump off afterwards. Oh, I only have a single jump available at the end of that. That's important to know. Let's test this mechanic. Single jump, cling. Single jump out. Double jump, cling. As usual, only single jump out. So yeah, whenever you use striders, you can fall into a midair jump, but you cannot jump into a double jump. Jump, yeah, you only have a single jump available out of it. So we need to be aware of that. Whoop. Whoa, how did I get caught there? That was interesting. Didn't think I'd have a collision there, huh? I think I accidentally dipped into it or something. Now, we can just tap into this. Oh, interesting. It goes up over here. Well, we'll want to explore that gate down below at some point, but since we gained some height, let's do this bit first and see what actually gets us. Oh, whoops. Yeah, again, you have to be careful where you point, because it seems like you can still accidentally wind up in the water if you're not careful. Yeah, directionally speaking, if you see a diagonal slope like that and you continue striding left, you just ram straight into the water instead of following the surface. That's something that was not really clear to me. I feel like we might want to actually regain ult at a nearby save point first in case we take explosion damage, but let's see. Yeah, we'd need to fall out of that one perhaps. Oh, whoops. Yeah, so when you're on a slope, you can't just press into it like when you're walking normally. So it's going to throw off muscle memory quite a bit, because you actually do need to follow the direction of movement that you want. You cannot just press into a slope and treat it like ground. It does not feel very intuitive if you're used to how the grounded movement works. Nearly got caught by the explosion damage there. I think we'd better heal up, actually, if we can go back. This is getting a little too dangerous. Let's go back first. That was dangerous. I didn't take the time to reload that point of health. Let's go back up and redo this. Oh, and let's crystallize some droplets too while we have the opportunity. Yeah, it's kind of too bad, actually, that you don't move the same way clinging to gloom water the way that you do when you're clinging on ground. It does not feel intuitive, and it does require a moment of adjustment, though. Yeah, you do need to still move the character in that direction. Striders always let you move up and down. Yeah, but you still have to kind of point to a diagonal. You can't, you know, just point at the terrain. And so you really do need to watch the character's position at all times. Oh, okay, that's fine. Falling in here is fine. And then this pipe takes you over. I wonder what that bottom slot was earlier then. Oh, if we went bottom, we would have hit a dead end somewhere, but it might have been something interesting. So maybe I should have gone back to see if there was a collectible there. But whoops. We'll climb back there after I popped open the shortcut, I think. Because we do need this to be open first. And this is not a sufficient opening. We still need to pop this open as well. No, it does not pop open at all. So here's the question. Do we continue exploring here to see? Because this is still this one-way panel, effectively, that you drop through. But this passage probably connects over here. That unlocks a long pathway back. I think if we want to see what is here, I need to do it now. Otherwise, it'll just take too long to get back there. Oh, whoops. Yeah, again. You really cannot point at any kind of diagonal here at all. You have to really position the character like it's aerial movement. No, you see, yeah, you have to not treat it like a wall or a ceiling. This is nothing. A whole lot of nothing, actually. This is just a dead end. But now we know. It's important to satisfy one's curiosity. Oh, oops. And then that just takes you back to that side. Okay. Oh, you can climb the background gloom water as well. I didn't even think about this because we just kept bouncing up here. That you can climb this like it's a fence. This is what this segment is supposed to teach you, and we just didn't pick up on it at all. That's interesting, because that tells me now how we get up. Where was it? This thing here, because that area has that background gloom water going on. So we'll check that. We really do need to figure out what's going on here, because maybe there's something we haven't previously considered now that we have more movement abilities to work with. It is still unclear how the grapple point in this location is going to work, because it's just continuous waterfall there. Maybe there was some gap to fall through or wrap around. And again, ultimate destination is going to be here. I really do think that that's going to propel us towards something important. Oh, whoops. Yeah, this bit here too is supposed to teach you that you can climb through the background. I just didn't notice. It's a nice touch, actually, to have that little bit of fencing sticking out of it to draw your attention to the background, which clearly didn't work on me the first time, but right here. It's supposed to draw your attention to the fact that you can, in fact, go through... Whoops. I was trying to dodge that. Because, yeah, otherwise we just didn't get the memo about some of this stuff. Okay, so we still can't connect this to the so long escape passage on the left, but we'll see if there was anything else to work with here. So last time we were here, we had to go rather quickly. Didn't have too much of an occasion to rest up. This was one of the rest stops before the chase continued, actually, if I recall. And now we'll have the chance to probably explore a bit on the backtrack. And we're fine for health. Yeah, it does continue down to the bottom right, but we just want to wrap around a bit here and see what's going on. Ah, yeah, no, this passage is what actually continues over to the right. Let me just go back down and check that lower area. I wonder if it was actually glassed off, is it? It is, yeah. Right, the chase continued upstairs. Okay. And look at that. That matches more of the cranes that we saw down in the pit. Just looking at this and seeing if we get up. No, not really. Let's just... You know what? We can just go over to Gloom Water, except I would want to do that. Nope, whoops. I was trying to get up to the ceiling to cling our way over. That didn't quite work. We can just play this the same way that we did on the initial escape until we reach this point where there's a climb. Whoop. No. Wasn't doing much energy management there. No, again, we need to point away from that. You do need to move along the diagonal. I feel like I'm going to get caught by that a lot, especially if it's relevant to something like a fight or an even tougher platforming sequence later. No, oh, I can't tap that because the knockback sends me up. We would at best need to just go through it with no collision. Or grapple through it. Okay, at this point, not there yet. Little sideways climb over here that we remember. Again, yeah, as soon as we get into the downslope, we'll be looking for an upwards exit. Right along here. Whoops, no, I need to tap that and then climb the Gloom waterfall. Let's refresh health once. Yeah, it's a background climb up the Gloom water. That's how it works. was really quite clever, actually, that just as how, until we got Striders, playing this game, you wouldn't necessarily believe that the back wall fencing in the background would necessarily be relevant, and you wouldn't register that in your head as a kind of lock that you're going to eventually contend with in the lock and key platforming sequence. All the gloom water pouring in the background up until this point is basically invisible to you. It just looks like decoration, and at no point will you necessarily think that it would be relevant to how you unlock later passages when you try to gain height. And so it's actually quite clever the way that that's set up here. That the kind of movement that is unlocked is not something that you would really even notice. Now, the fact that this doesn't connect any further tells me that this is probably also a similar Gloomwater vertical climb, and that's what connects to this passage. We'll probably want to check the pit first, because there was a Gloomwater spot in there that seemed like it was worth looking at. But we'll continue through here. Without any kind of time pressure this time. Oop. Got through that without trouble the last time. I heard that in the original chase sequence that this area might have been patched as well. I wouldn't know how, of course, since we've only ever seen the chase itself pre-patch. But there was apparently some kind of change in the patch notes that we haven't looked into precisely. Oh, yes, that's right. You can't come in with a functional core. So if we want to check the pit again, we would need to retool. It did look like there was something there that would be worth checking. You got to crash here after getting the flowing steps. Oh, that knocks you way back. It's been a while since the last save. Was that also pre-patch for you, though? Maybe that's something that's been sorted out. Oh, yeah, we have this area we can go through. Wait. Again, you can climb the Gloomwater in the back. Look at how subtle this is. Again, you would not ever really notice this as something that you can use Striders on in the background unless you knew in advance how the game was actually structured. You would just never think about it. Yeah, it's always nice to see some movement surprises in the genre. And it looks like... Oh, this looks significant. Authorized personnel only. Cassandra, not a librarian. Well, I'm guessing that Cassandra warned everybody what would happen and wasn't listened to. Oh. The door is open. Does it mean that I'm finally free to go? I thought the hand would keep me here until the vessel collapsed. She was very upset with me when I asked her to stop wasting the catalyst. She was even more upset when I opposed using Lucy's statue for the Anra project. Oh, okay. That makes sense now. Why the Lucy statue disappeared. I somehow never made that connection that the Lucy statue is the Anra fight. Even though we saw the statue get removed. I just never made that connection. For some reason, I just thought of the statue as something bigger. And here I am thinking the whole game, oh, what happened to the statue? Well, we fought it, and we actually saw it just kind of slapped around on the floor. I wonder what changed her mind. Well, I suppose you had a hand in this, keeper, so thank you. No pun intended. My apologies. It seems that the centuries of captivity have somewhat dulled my processes. Once I feel better, I will head back to the library. Okay, well, let's explore up top a little bit before we open anything. Nothing really So yeah, just a neat little lore moment here, I suppose. I'm going to see if I can check up top here as well, just out of curiosity. Reveal some of the lovely that has been done all over the background. I can only imagine how much things must have changed while I was locked in. Yeah, with a heart shaking the foundations of everything here. Okay, so we're now in the top level above the ceiling that we had seen quite a long time before. We will, of course, once again check. And then this finally resolves this connecting door here. Now, since we now have an easy passage to backtrack, naturally we should go for the defective core and go back to the pit to check it one more time, because there was absolutely a location, possibly more than one, that we would want to check using flowing steps. And we're here anyway. And up. Okay, so let's see what we'll do here. We will take a defective core. In conjunction with defective core, what makes the most sense? Probably more recovery. I mean, we don't need this. Or this. So we have 40 points available. Technically, that's going to be active pretty much all the time, I think. And then with the remaining 20, what will we do? I mean, we're not going to be in the pit for very long, so I don't think too much will matter here. Maybe just high voltage. Doesn't really matter. But we'll absolutely try to check the upper parts of the pit. And who knows what else the gloom water climbing will reveal, because again, that's not even a kind of progression gate that I would have thought about at any point. So we would not have mentally marked out where that would be relevant. Maybe we can even restore the Overseer in the pit. To have an additional teleport point. But we shall see. Okay, at this point, yeah, just go straight left. And the pit will just let us in. And so let's figure out where the climb is going to be. You can see a background climb readily available right here already, in fact. There we go. More flash memory, actually. Identify network of unregistered pearls. So, yeah. Right, because this was following up on the unit that was here and basically threw itself into the pit, even though it was not actually the same kind of defect. Conscience? What is a conscience? Search complete, vocabulary expanded. Maybe. So yeah, we'll have to piece that together. There's clearly something going on there that we still need to work out. But we'll... Oh, whoops. Don't want to just run into that node. Continue exploring in this area and... Yeah, so that's not... Background, this big bulb over here. And Chess Bunzo, welcome. Hope you've been doing well. And, oh right, this is the other point that I wanted to climb through. That's gonna be a little tricky. I feel like we could make it, but... At the same time, that feels very obstructed. I want to look for an alternative first. No. Oh, right, because we can't point straight forward. We need to point on the diagonal. There's a lot to keep track of here. Oh, we made it through. Except I have no point here to reload energy before we run out. So yeah, I don't think that looks climbable. But we should look below because there was a big mountainous area down below as well. And go over this bulb over here, for instance. But it was down on the lower level that it seemed like there was something that could be traversable now if we have the power to. Some fluid. Let's reload that extra point of health too. And we'll save here just so we can reload quickly in case of mishaps. And it was down below that I wanted to check. Yeah, so this section here... Anything new? Not really. And thank you very much, Chess Bonzo. Thank you for the cheers. Oh, anything new here? Leave me alone. There was a lower level past this, though. Let's see if we can drop into it and find what that was. I think we'd scraped through most of this area pretty thoroughly, but it is worth checking whether the waterfall climbing gets us anything new. Let's reload that point of health first. Yeah, down here it really looks like there's more that we should try. Not here, though. Nope, nope. Should have dodged out of that. Let's wait for that point. There we go. Yeah, because there's so much swampiness all over here. Maybe we've seen all that we can see, but it's hard to tell. Yeah, other than that one record, we haven't actually established anything new here. However, this is climbable. Oh, I said this is climbable. No, it's not. Oh, this background totally looked like it was climbable, and it's not. Huh, okay. Seems a little bit inconsistent in that score, but it's okay. We can climb through here instead. I think we've seen the major thing that we're able to see here. Unless there's something... Oh, here's something to climb through on the left. No, there's nothing. Oh, I checked that before, actually. That bottom left slot looked suspicious last time, too. And then we'll take the lift back out of here, since looks like there's nothing else to see. Other than Soul here standing guard. So yeah, still missing some of the corrupted data records, but we'll see. Again, I really do not expect that we'll be able to sweep for absolutely everything unguided. I don't know which tiny spots on the map I might have missed that we were supposed to have caught by now. But, of course, the further we get into the gloom water in what was originally the northeast corner of the map, like this whole sector here with the canopy and promenade, there's probably still a good bit to do over there. Still missing one coating component somewhere as well. That will be something we should look into. I think otherwise we'll probably see what we want to see in the lower level though, so let's backtrack over to some of the locations that have not been accounted for up top. Also, let's go the short way, since we went to all the trouble of opening it up. Was there nothing above here? We should actually check. I think I had checked, actually. Let's look around anyway. I think the librarian might have left by now. No, still here. Okay, now let's continue. Well, I do get a strong feeling that we're going to be barreling towards some kind of ending again today if we're going up towards the source of the gloom water up in the egg. That seems like a very clear clue that has been telegraphed. And yeah, perfect time for the eggy mode for sure. What shall we hatch today? Well, first let's take off the defective core. And see what's going on here. Okay, so let's retune this bit. What did I even put on earlier? This one, high voltage. And we've got 5 points to spare here, right, because of this. And then this is back to what we had before. Assuming we want to keep splintering dodge, I think it might actually be better to just lower everybody's aggression and go for Asmus Will. Or where we're going. But we'll find out. And for the moment, if we port back up in our current shuttle location, we'll go back here and scan this whole section first. Never did find an overseer down in the pit, actually, now that I think about it. I'm not sure I really searched it that carefully. We're still missing an overseer up by the canopy as well, but actually, now that we have the ability to climb the Gloomwater, that opens up a whole other series of solutions potentially for how to restore this point over here. That's what we were missing. It was very unclear how to unlock that node, but we suddenly have lots of new options to investigate. So let's get out. Maybe even pop back up here to see, first of all, whether anything has changed here. No. We keep checking, nothing ever happens. Any new interaction here? We still have to figure out where to spend the remaining cores if there is a point for that. Nope, just a little bit of reading time here. Okay, in that case, let's take the teleport back over to the Metropolis side. Actually, wait a minute. Wasn't this location down below what we should have checked? I'm trying to remember which character used it as a hideout. I thought it was Samsk, but I could have been wrong. Yeah, let's just backtrack and check that location for the first time in a while. Just to see if there's new interaction. Disabling all the enemy aggression does make everything much more convenient. And we'll just return back to the original starting area if I can just find my way down. Whoops. I might as well slap this. Again, I don't know how to spend any of the excess currency we're currently looking at, but we'll find out. Yeah, so Tomo's returned here to this location. That's what we were told, that this is Sam's hideout, and so we'll get a little bit of an interaction here after having finished the Crucible. I don't know if I can ever thank you enough. On that moment I saved you, I would never have imagined that you'd take so many detours to return to favor. As far as I can remember, everybody's only ever been afraid of me. Travelers or units, it didn't matter who, they would all cringe away at first sight. Yet Tomo and you kept coming back, ready to accept me. It means the world to me to have you both around now, all safe and sound. Maybe it's time I drop the pipes and come out in the open. We've both seen how impractical they've become anyway. Rather, when the vessel finally lands, I won't have a choice anyway. MIO, it's always a pleasure to see you. As you can see, Samsk managed to drag me to his den and is taking good care of me now. Don't tell him, but I'm actually grateful about that. I don't feel like staying alone for the moment. After what happened in the Crucible, let's just say I haven't made my peace yet with what I learned. Not entirely. It's so difficult to accept a mortal fate that we can't fight. Although in a sense it brings us closer to the travelers than I ever imagined. It gives me a new perspective on what they must have felt and thought in their daily lives. Maybe I'll continue delving into the vestiges and see what wisdom they hide about facing the inescapable. Even after they are gone, they still have things to teach us. There's comfort in that thought, at the very least. I guess one thing that's unresolved is whether the coordinates that were stolen from the database before being wiped are actually still preserved and recoverable in some form. The whole subplot with Amber sabotaging the whole outcome of the colonization project. We'll see if there's any additional resolution to that as we approach the egg. Back through the power bomb passage. And back upstairs. Okay, and then we'll warp over to Metropolis to do a little bit of additional mop-up. I kind of feel like with all the NPCs over on the Haven side as well, that maybe there's something to spend crystals on over there, but we may not know for some time. Okay, city gates over here. That seems... No, this would be closest. Pletz Sanctum. What would it be? We'd need to drop down to the lower level anyway. Doesn't matter. I mean, if you go to the city gate side, then we can maybe figure out something about the lower location that I still can't access. I don't know that it would have been a Gloomwater climb through here. I can't see where that would have been the case, but definitely here looks reachable now. Oh, wrong way. Let's keep going up. And we do need to drop towards that on the left side. So let's do it. At this point we go down just... Oh, because you have to go all the way down, or you just drop down one level and cross. Wait, to drop down one level and cross, we would need to raise this. Or move it out of the way, rather. And... Actually, no, tuning chamber's just on this level, so no, we're fine. And look at that, it'll just ignore me. But that is Asma's will. fantastic for exploration. We had a chance to look at it. Now there is a way to get out of this trap here and find the safe zone. It doesn't eject you all the way down. Or you can just cross through here, I think, and then... Yeah, there is a location, oh, right above there that gets out of this trap. Nope. Need to jump to the left, maybe. There's a way to do it. We've done it before. Like right above there, right above that fan. On the right. I'm just trying to remember how we did it. Yeah. Oh, nope. Almost. Might need to approach from above. There we go. Oh, got caught. Whoops, and all the way out. If we get caught by that, we need to know exactly where to jump out. To land this spot here. If we can. No, hang on. Almost. There's a bit of a safe spot here, but then I need to cross. Oh, and if you cling here, it's actually possible to reload. Briefly. What do you think about this? Because we want to fall in this way. There we go. Now, this is how you do it. Now we can climb. And what does this give me? We'll find out. Maker overload. Ah, that's interesting. That since you're in endgame, and since this is locked behind late endgame, now your damage can scale with the currency that you've amassed, and if you've just sat on a ton of currency that you can't spend, then you essentially use that as ammunition. Very, very nice. 060, you're saying there is a way to do it without flowing steps. Yeah, I didn't figure it out when I was here. Because I didn't have a way to reach up here from what I could see. But I wonder. Strider on top of the door and glide. I'm surprised I didn't try it. Oh, it's a tough spot. Like here. Yeah, because I guess there's that little ledge right up above where you can start it. I didn't think that the glide would be able to reach all the way. Actually, I mean, I guess it does go long enough that if you have a nice long swipe up, like in this location, then you can reload. Now, we'll save the damage for later. That might be something that would be useful in a later boss segment, perhaps, just for massive damage output. But right now, we'll just sit on Asma's will and have nothing attack us at all. Unless we really want to farm. So, that's taken care of. I feel like maybe we need to make one more pass down here because, again, clearly we have all the movement abilities I'm going to get. And so, it makes sense to perhaps do this whole loop and check it again in case there was a passage that could be traversable. It's a long ways back there, though. But that's really one of the few remaining locations totally unaccounted for. Whoops. Oh, and I actually will just need to fall in here and get out this way anyhow. This is just going to leave me alone. It's essentially what happens when you wear Majora's Mask in the newer games. Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom. Do we really had to do the whole sequence? Maybe there was an easier way to just go up. That's okay, we'll just drop through here. It's not that difficult with our current movement set. Yeah, look at that. Oh, there is a bit of collision on them. You can't just completely walk through them. Now, if we take this up, well, we can, or we can continue down here and see what else we can do. We might even need to inspect that pretty carefully, so. There are probably more mysteries on the map, too, that we haven't thought about, but we'll deal with those as we make our way back towards the canopy side. Because there is so much more to notice about the map now. Let's check this side again just to see what we're dealing with. In case there's some visual clue that would be relevant here. So it's this whole secret location down here. We never figured out what to do with it. Because, whoops. Yeah, we know that if you continue down here, you eventually hit a door that gates you out completely. Locked from the other side. We never knew what to do with that. And searched all around the area to no avail. Now, this is a bit of a secretive location to begin with that we were very fortunate to notice. But it was never quite clear to me how we'll get there. Now, clearly, there's this whole area on the right side that looks like it might be traversable, and we don't know how to get there either. Now, there's something just a little bit off screen for us here. Well, an entire right side area that is yet to be discovered. Maybe there's something port through here? Nope. Yeah, because right below us here, there's a room that should be reachable. And we scanned this whole map so carefully, and yet missed something quite big. There's this entire wind shaft that ejects everything up here. Clearly there's something on this side to look at, for instance, something to the left. At no point did we ever figure out how to actually get there. Possibly it's a climb through this room, which is rather cavernous in its own right. Ah, but you can't actually reverse through here. That was the issue. Maybe there's some way to cross from that side? I'm not really sure. We never inspected it that carefully. Oops. Ejected. Hang on, let's fall into right. See if we can find any insight. So we came through all of this quite a long time ago, but we've gotten back in a long time. We might be able to reveal something here. There's a tunnel up here on the right, so did we ever check this? Yes. But then why did that just glow at me? It looks like there's an area here that we might not have actually hit then. I'm not sure, judging by the artwork. I thought we had been there, but... the pinpointing of MIO's position on the map is, as we discovered, not always really that accurate. Yeah, we've been through all this stuff. Just make sure we didn't miss a spot. This is early game material, pretty easily traversable. But we might as well do the loop anyway to see if anything new presents itself. For example, would we have done all this? Yes. Well, we'll see. It could be something here in the network as yet unseen. Nope. Pretty early material once again. However, you come down here. There is something to crawl through here. But we need to maybe... Hang on, let's refresh health here first. You know, that actually looks like a location I don't know if I inspected it. It looks like that's where you came through initially, though. So we're actually reversing through that passage. The original intended route. Right, because you normally escape through here once you're blown over that way. After having done this whole central cycle. So maybe we should redo this back in the forward direction. Because it might not be very convenient to try to reverse through that, given the way that is set up. Also, let's reload that point of health before we get into any big mishaps here. Like this, for instance. Yeah, we are. Now continuing down here. We've seen all this. Yeah, because this was the original passage out. We had checked all that just now. Or had we? It kind of looks like you can go through this. No, not really. This is the big central shaft. If we fall into the right, we'll be able to do the forward part of that sequence. See if there's anything we missed. Oops. So, yeah, this is one big climb, even in its original form. We've seen everything relevant here. I'm pretty sure. Oh, more nacre. Okay, that's fine, we'll take it. Because we hadn't reached this part previously. We've definitely done the whole right side column before. But when we get up to the wheel area, maybe there's a way to peek out in the top left, because there's something that I felt like I was missing there, but we'll have to check it. Oh no, we actually wanted to double tap this and miss. Yes. Oop. And we'll do one more layer. Get ourselves back up to full. Anyway, this doesn't reveal anything about the side of the map that we were really curious about. But it did feel like I'd missed something in the top location. On the left side here. No, we've been here. This is what we viewed from up top. So yeah, I don't think I'm missing anything here. I think we just go back down. If I'm able, if I haven't been trapped up here or something. Oop. How do I drop back down? No. Might just have to do the whole sequence to get out the forwards way, perhaps. I certainly don't know how to go backwards here. Couldn't hit that. At least we're through this platform. Okay, we'll port through like this. And like this. Okay, there we go. Escaped. The back way. Oh, we need to pull at the right side. Let's go back to that central shaft because that's still a mystery. And what about down here below? We must have seen this. Yeah, this is just where you view that area, which we dealt with very early in the story. Across. And right, this is where we said I couldn't proceed. What we'll do is we'll try to drop back down to the area that was after the atmospheric control boss. We'll see if there's any kind of climbing segment there that we missed previously. I didn't think so, but we're still clearly missing something big down there, so... It does make sense to prod that a little bit one more time. Just to see what else we can accomplish. It is a long loop though, and it's very easy to get trapped and sent all the way back up. Yeah, so we want to drop down the right side. So, this area we've been back to check quite a few times, and we never really found another way out of here. But clearly there's something on the right side up top, so if we can wrap around the top side, we might be able to do something here. Might be able to glide on this location. Take some ice and go through. Now, we've been here a few times, and I never quite figured out how to get much further on it. Junk pile up there, but then how do you reach that? Whoops. Oh, let's not lose position here because that's how you get ejected back to the point that we couldn't pass through earlier. Yeah, no, you can just go left here, but then how do you get to this whole segment in the middle here? That's something that we still don't know. Anything along the ceiling? Not that I've ever seen. Yeah, I'm really out of theories for how to get here. We've checked so many things so many times in this whole loop. And clearly, something continues up here. But we never figured out what. I'd have to bail on this particular obstacle. It's just one where I don't know if we have sufficient information to deal with it. Like if you try to push against any of this stuff here. It does not get very far. Just inspecting more ceilings here to see what else we can do. And I've been wondering if we missed something along this whole pipe segment here. There's something else we've checked multiple times. I really just don't see it. Maybe this pipe up above is something enterable. We don't know. Yeah, I really don't know what we could possibly be missing. Let's get you back into the central shaft. Let's... Whoops, not get shot up completely like we just did. Maybe there's something breakable on the way down that we just didn't break. Because how do you even cross over to... So there's a slot to the left. But there's a slot to the left, but then how do you even reach that room then? Or is there something with the ceiling here that we have not seen? Yeah, so here, however it is you get to that room, it continues left. I need to inspect this again. Let's see. Is there anything else that we can do here to get underneath the floor? Jump over for a moment. Yeah, there's clearly something on top of that ledge. Clearly a left side slot there. I mean, the only thing I can think of would be something from over here. Going right, we just never found anything. Vestibule. Let's just pop down again just to take a look. So yeah, clearly something to the left here. What about on the opposite side there? Is that a breakable location? No, we've popped out there before. That's just a standard way up. Yeah, so there's a slot on the left. Means you can drop through something on the central passage. So is it from above or from below? I don't know. Seems very well hidden, whatever's going on here. Well, let's continue to inspect. So, yeah, we've seen this fairly secretive location. Doesn't seem like there's anything to crack. We've seen this. But then there's no continuation. Now we move the camera here. We can't really see very much at all about how that approach is going to work. Hang on. Almost got some camera movement that might be useful here. There's a shaft falling in from up above. Whether that's exit or entrance, we don't really know, but clearly there's something. I feel like there's something right here. Or right here. It allows us to go below, but I just can't see what. Because we've tried so many times to just, try to find something to push through here on the left. And there's nothing. Everything is just completely sealed off. I wonder, we looted in this room. After obtaining Lura's seal, we hit a dead end there. I wonder if there's anything there, perhaps, that allows us to continue. So let's say drop down and go left. We've got this shaft over here. That gets enclosed. I'm staring at the shaft very carefully here to see if anything presents itself. Is there a way to maybe go through ceiling from this side? We've been through all of this. We snuck under there before. That used to be lootable, in fact. Just looking at all the ceilings here to see if there's any vulnerability that we had not previously heard about. Oh, and if you get trapped here, of course, you get ejected all the way out, which is a problem if you still haven't revealed what's going on. What about top right over here? Nope, nothing. I don't even have a working theory right now for how that might be hidden. This projects you up. Doesn't really connect through anything, though. This shaft takes you up, but then again, still nothing. Takes you back to the lift. I just don't see it. We've inspected the entire perimeter so many times, and what if it's supposed to trigger access to a location we just can't see? Staring at the walls accurately. So, yeah, there's a lower slot. We've been there, though. Passed through that. I don't see it as one at all. Let's see. Do I want to hint on if the entrance is below, above, or on the side? Well, I mean, we've checked all of them, so I don't know that the direction constrains it very much. Because I've checked, really, the entire perimeter at this point. Every single spot. Multiple times. Maybe it's something that's kind of obscured, like this interaction here. The fact that this spot that you can port into is so secretive to begin with, that you have to reveal it with good camera positioning from behind the glass in that other room, that's suspicious to me. Nothing here. So, no, that's not a passage, that's just where we came in. I'm trying to do this with a little bit of camera manipulation, and it's not getting places. Hug that camera as far as we can. You see, this seems to be revealing something on the right side. That's traversable at some point. But from where? Just nothing here. Yeah, I mean, I guess maybe the direction of approach would constrain where we're checking at least, but it really feels like I've just hugged the entire perimeter of this place, and so unless it's something like a pipe passage or drop or something that's going to cross over towards it, I don't know there's much else that could be revealed. I wonder how long ago we already had the ability to traverse this but didn't know it. Because this has been staring at us the whole game, and it is by far the biggest remaining mystery. Because everything up here, we know that water is likely to climb towards much of that stuff. But here is just completely secluded from any kind of interaction like that. I mean, I guess the one thing that we keep getting blown through is this. That's one segment where it feels like maybe we missed something in the execution. here, see, it looks like there's nothing to see here. But it looks like that on this side too, and it's completely concealed, and it feels like maybe it's something similar. That is just buried amidst all this stuff. And that it almost looks like there's a continuation down below, except we can't see one. It's not locked by any ability, huh? So there's just some wall that I didn't pass through then. There's just some... window that I didn't jump through. I wonder how obvious it is. Yeah, because this is not breakable, but you can clearly see where the whole passage is. And there's a bit of platforming to the right. There's a grapple point up above. But I just cannot see how to get to any of that because, you know, up above is just all city. There's just nothing in the artwork here that reveals anything about it. I mean, am I just missing something visually then? Did I just not spot an opening? Or... yeah, because this... it's difficult to see. You're saying it's very subtle. Because we need to get through this floor somehow, maybe. Because I was definitely thinking that it's something kind of like what we saw with dropping through the red on the left side here. It really looks like this area to the right is supposed to connect. But it doesn't. There's clearly no way through. On the other hand, there are rooms below it, and... yeah, I mean, at this point, I don't mind if you constrain in which direction I'm going to be looking from, because we're checking everything anyway. Like, I've done the whole loop above. I kind of figured above because of the visual clue that we got. But it was unclear whether that's exit or entrance. But we did know that that corner there that we can see, there's a grapple point up and down. There's a passage to float through to its right. What is there to even step on around here? Like, this thing is settled, and the thing is, you know, it seemed like this would just be a continuation to begin with, because you get that visual clue by staring at it from the other side of the glass here, right? Like, you get that visual clue. You come in here, you tap this. Aha, brilliant, and then you hit a dead end. And the dead end tells you that there's this room here. Feels like we can drop. So the natural thing to check would be if there's some kind of right side shaft through here, somewhere where you can push to the right. Or go through here for that matter, but there's nothing. I've come back here so many times, like I've had multiple streams where I kept going to this location, and look at this. I kept tapping this spot. This one feels like a real obscurity. You actually have to check. Like, you have to push into every single location, and then... I don't know how we missed it all this time, huh? I missed a second step every single time. Like, I come back probably over several hours at this point, and every single time we managed to get over that. And the thing is, at this location, panning the camera does nothing, right? Like, you don't actually see a single thing here. And we just never even accidentally fell into this. Okay, well, that was an ordeal, but we got it. And as suspected, there's a pretty significant amount of platforming to do here, but we have more than enough, it seems, when it comes to the requisite movement abilities to deal with this, so... I can't believe how long we spent on that spot. That was absolutely one of the trickiest locations in the game. And there are almost certainly more that we're missing at this point. Algernon is beyond repair. And this is mostly only here as a visual clue for the existence of all this stuff, though. And an approximate idea of where you should be checking. And yet we just never found it until now. This looks like a fight. With a door. Boulder Gates. Dr. Helen's experiment number 223. Oh. Okay. Oh, wow. It's really slamming the door on us here. Okay, okay, we're not dodging this at all. I should be able to just float over that one. Robot by the wind got beyond repair. Yeah. I mean, many of them have been, yes. You see, it's so easy, even if you know this spot is here, to just keep missing it. Also, at this point, let's redo the setup then. To burn that guy down. And what do we do? Let's see. I think we want Splintering Dodge, not that I've been dodging. We want Foolish Ideal. I don't think we're going for the perfect or anything. That would make a great deal of sense. Do we have something to do with 5 points here? Incoming double damage? We could. You know, I actually think that we have so much currency. Let's actually try. I mean, obviously, Asmus Wool doesn't work, so we've got tons of points to work with. Let's actually try Nacre Overload. And a Nacre Overload depends on you winning, because you do recover the droplets if you win. And we got thousands, right? Well, might as well just take this then for 5 points. Let's see how it performs. Would still need to actually dodge, but I feel like the sideways pattern is something that you can get around just with the sail, but we shall see. I'm also assuming that we don't have enough ground time on that fight for gratitude to be useful. Finally getting some content here after spending so long finding this place. It took me longer to find this place than it did for me to just finish the half of the Crucible that we saw today. Nope. Okay, that's fine. These just die instantly. Okay. We just do this as an aerial fight at this point because we have the ability to do so. Oop. More doors. So do we need to... Yeah, we need to watch both of them, I guess. Whoa, okay, this got really fast all of a sudden. Oh, it's gonna drop all kinds of sludge on me? Alright, that didn't work out. How much currency did I actually lose to that? I'm still at 9,000. So did this even have an effect? Well, we'll see. Yeah, that's such an easy step to just skip. I can't believe that we just never even discovered that accidentally. I'm glad we didn't miss out on this content. I'm happy that we got to see another boss that was previously unknown to us. Oh. Don't really need to hit it in the eye necessarily, you just need to hit it. We can actually just take the ceiling. Some of this, I think. Better to take the ceiling, actually, because you have the bonus for draining partial energy. Oh, I have to watch out for that positioning, of course. And dire position again. We're actually still only at halfway into the fight. This is worse than I thought when it comes to incoming damage. So we can't just be that aggressive. We do, in fact, need to dodge some things from time to time. Because I'm only through half. So I don't know that we're really feeling the benefit of Nacre Overload at the moment. I guess we one-shot all the small ads, but maybe we can do better when it comes to the point allocation. we'll experiment a little bit and see. Oh, bad timing already. Bad timing already. 2 hits this early? No, can't afford that. No, okay, yeah, it's just charging right into me. Collision. Yeah, we should be doing ceiling play for this. No, he just runs into me when I try to tap on the side like that. You can't stand in front of the boss for that. You need to stand behind. Also, I'm still at full currency, so I feel like the Nacre Overload just isn't really even kicking in here. Not actually doing anything for me. Maybe there's something else we can do to go aggressive against the boss. I mean, we're sometimes using striders to go from above, but let's see. Oh, whoops. Hang on, we're not going in a point down. Doesn't make sense. We just need to dodge better. That's really all there is to it. We can only sustain 4 hits at the moment. Too early. Yeah, we should go over it. We shouldn't stand in front of it when it's approaching. Yeah, you keep your distance. Oop, that wasn't keeping my distance. We should generally be able to avoid a lot of these charge attacks. The problem previously was that we were attacking into it as it was approaching. We don't want to do that. Now we have to watch. When they come down to the floor, they go up right away. When it goes to the ceiling, it dumps. I wonder if I can go striders up to that one. Nope. Nope. Just too close. I was trying to get out to the left before it dumped. Yeah, when that one had the debuff on it and was at the ceiling, I was trying to reach the ceiling with striders. Actually, this may make a case for going striders instead. For the point bonus. We're not dodging well enough, perhaps, to make use of splintering. Because I'm often going around the boss rather than dodging through. And so we'll probably need to do a bit of a rebuild here, but we'll see what happens. But giving it some room and yeah, just make sure we don't get charged into. It's already pretty beneficial. Okay. Nope. Missed its porting position that time. Nope. Missed it again. It's hard to gauge its speed, actually, when it's jumping over. Likely to die on this one. Okay. Debuffed both. Manage that energy. Nope. I was trying to climb out of there in time, but again, it just slammed me too quickly. We just haven't been able to hit that timing. Well, we are getting plenty of the splintering dodge off. We just need to dodge more accurately in general. Manage the energy better when I do want to get up to the ceiling. As with every fight in this game, you just take less damage and you win. Now I can stay on the ceiling most of the time because if we just make contact, then I'm able to reload energy and stay up the whole time when it comes to the ability to just double jump up to the ceiling and continue. If they attack from the high position, then we'll at least be able to spot that. Like this. But of course I can't just jump up to the ceiling by myself, I need to tap into an attack first, then we're able to do it. Okay. And, oh, attacked into it a little bit too close there. Lunged into it. Oh, now we're in trouble. Let's watch out. Oh, nope. I was trying to escape in time. It was too slow. They go fast when they light up like that. Nope, nope. I was trying to get around it, but it started up right at the corner and just obstructed me completely. We were pretty close that time, though. That could have been a winning attempt. Again, I don't know that the Nacre Overload is having any effect whatsoever. I might take it off and test it, but on the other hand, we're so close on this fight that I don't want to mess around with it too much. If we read the fast attacks better, when they have that red glow, sometimes we just won't be able to jump out of those in time, we just need to dodge. So I was previously going for a more grapple-based strategy, but I find that I just don't have the timing to do it. Better to expend energy on just ceiling play. Nope, didn't see it coming. Nope, yeah, it just slams you so quickly. As soon as it glows red, you just need to have the dodge available. We're not at the double door phase just yet. Now we are. Nope. Slow. No, missed my dodge. took too much damage in the first phase that time anyhow. We're making it further, and I know because we're hearing more of the music. Yeah, you see the red glow, you have to get the dodge down. It's different from the usual white flash that you get for the dodge Q, but it's still a dodge Q. With a very quick delay. Nope, stood in front of it, that was a mistake. Didn't get around it that time. Nope, couldn't get out in time. Just cling. Yeah, if it's in the corner like that, you just cling. Whoops, I thought I had my dodge timing. I was slow. With an acre overload, at least that seems to be helping with just one-shotting all of the small adds. Maybe. I mean, normally we don't have that much damage output on them, so... we'll see. Nope, missed my dodge. Nope, too early. Okay, double doors. Get out. Nope, missed my dodge. Okay, get out. Nope, that was close. Actually, managed to hit both of them. Nope, get out. Nope, didn't see it coming. On that fight, I kind of wish the camera wouldn't scroll quite so aggressively to the boundary of the room. Because sometimes we don't have much visibility for the door coming in from the other side of the room if we too close to one end. Maybe that's just a sign that it should be playing closer to the center in general, instead of hugging the wall all the time. But we'll adjust as necessary. In phase 1 this time, at least. Yeah, staying center is actually better than the edge here. More room to get aroundy for attacks. More visibility in general. Whoops. Finally took a hit. Nope. I just got pinched that time. We didn't have good touch timing. Getting close. Couldn't quite reach it for approaching from the top. Wrong side here. Close. There we go. Great music track on that, incidentally. Anyway, the double doors here are just going to walk away in shame, I guess, and open... Now decide once again, okay. And that gives us a chest. I wonder if this gives me the final code and component, or if it gets me something more interesting. Enhanced dodge would increase timing. I like that. Thank you for the GG. That took long enough. Unusable. Oh yeah, that's right. We built against it. Love the design of this really deep cathedral space here too. Very lovely room. Can we climb this? Yes, we can. And there's more. Personal assistant beyond repair. So what else did we reveal by climbing this? Let's find out. Oh, Ati's down here. Okay. Traveler's log. What a prayer to the dead. Still missing one traveler's log, unfortunately. And yeah. Now entrust your empty vessel to the eternal night, for you no longer need to be carried among the stars. We shall meet you again in the promised land. In the pit. Sister, I didn't expect you here of all places. You'll find nothing but bad memories. There used to be so many travelers around. I remember how lively they were. Then one day there were none, just like that, extinct. All because they had a dream they dared to protect. How could we let that happen? It's too late for regrets now. The only thing we can do is to bring the mission to an end. We owe them that much. But can we recover the coordinates? I guess we'll have to find out. So I wonder where we missed the remaining traveler's log then. So close to a true full completion, just missing these 3 log files that we're probably just along our path somewhere and slightly out of the way. And what are we missing for modifiers? We're just missing one of the 40s and one of the negatives. So we're awfully close to the true 100. Let's finally unlock this. Took me long enough. And let's get back out to rebuild. Oh, yeah, we're no longer disabling all enemies. Need to remember that. Oh, no, you know what? Let's not live that dangerously. Let's just go back up the standard way. And by up, I mean down and back up. without crushing ourselves with the lift. Okay, we'll head over to the gloomy waterfall next, where we had the mysterious grapple point to deal with. We'll see what else we can climb up in the area, and we'll gradually make our way back to the canopy. I feel like we're heading towards some kind of conclusion there. But how much work it will take, we'll just have to find out. First of all, let's reconfigure a bit. And just take things off until we are satisfied with what we want to do. Yeah, we'll keep all this. Let's see, we've got lots of points remaining. Actually, if we take off another 10, go Asma's Will, that's fine. And then we'll go 20 with something traversal oriented perhaps. Oh no, we need this, as usual. Maybe, no, we'll go with this, because we'll need some striding here and there for going up the gloom water. So it makes sense to do that. Finally revealed that. So as far as the map goes at this point, the one thing that I know is the known unknown is this little middle segment here with the grapple point. And we don't know what else there is to climb in this whole area because it's gloom everywhere, right? So there might be more that we can climb towards. Especially across the whole swampy pit that we needed to get across originally. So it may actually be worthwhile. Yeah, we'll just port. No, we can't port here because we haven't unlocked that one at any point. But maybe that's unlockable by climbing up Mountains of Gloom. So we'll go back to the central point in the Nexus and explore from there. Okay, so for that, well, we can check the right side first, maybe. Where was the big crossing anyway? I think that was it. Or, actually, no, I'm thinking of this big crossing here. Could very well be something to climb, but no, we're going to go up this level and we'll drop back down and we'll see what the gloom climbing situation is. Okay, so let's see. How do we get through the waterfall? This area here. Oh, you can just fall through. That's how you do it. So I actually didn't even need to grapple onto that point. Bell Tower Visitor Pass. Upper floors at a bell tower? Is that just an alternate bell tower key then? Or is this something new? It's for the guy who lost his... Oh, maybe so, actually. Where does this even fit? Because I already had the bell tower visitor pass. So... maybe. This is interesting because, I mean, we couldn't have climbed through here previously, though, without having had the ability to go through gloom, could we? So... that didn't actually get me very much at all, because I thought there was clearly some kind of continuation that would go further to the right. Whoop. Hang on, let's check this a little more thoroughly. Whoop. Because then why would I be given this point here unless we wrap around here on the outside? I'm not sure. No, because then you hit water. Okay, so... that's so curious. I wonder why it is you would restore this then. Maybe there's a very precise angle that you can hit that with that gives you this alternate way to get a bell tower key. I don't know. That's very interesting. And yeah, I don't remember where to find the one who lost his. I have no recollection of where that would be. But anyway, we finally got rid of that. It's just that I thought there was more to discover here. We might need to check this. But there's so much gloom water around this whole area anyway that there's probably more to climb. That is so curious. I wonder if that was reachable without the blowing steps ability. Going back to Haven may be our best bet anyway for cashing in some of these cores. But anyway, a lot of this is a dead stop, so let's head back out. Even what's this? Environmental clue for the level up top. Yeah, there might be more to see in this zone, but let's go back and find out. I guess we'll go back up on this side. Whoop. Oh, bad angle. Well, now we can climb this wall. What does that even get me? Oh, it gets me almost all the way up there. Hang on. That's not new material, though. We've fallen into that part before. Whoops. Wasn't able to pull out of that accurately. Yeah, that's just the top left corner where you'd normally drop in. That doesn't actually help too much. This we fell into earlier. Whoop. Anything else to do with the gloom water up here? Not really. We've been up all this before, many times. But yeah, we'll retrace most of this going up to the canopy. Oh yeah, here's the one who was missing it. It's a bell tower visitor pass. Are you giving it to me? Thank you so much. Finally, I can go to the canopy. I would probably cry if I had lacrimal glands. Well, then maybe... Yeah, we have a spare one. Accidentally skipped a dialogue. That's one little nuance with dialogue design, by the way, for those of us who click through so rapidly, is that first click should show you the whole message. Second click should page through the message. It's a tiny little UI quirk that I hope they fix at some point. Now, potentially plenty of gloom to climb through here. We'll take a look around a little bit, because again, we have the bell tower. Oh yeah, we have this one. The one that we're missing is... Which one? This one. And I feel like there's a reasonably high likelihood that that one is recoverable by climbing through muck. But we'll see. I mean, we could port quickly to just continue up here where we know we need to go, but I get the sense we should check in this area a bit more, just because of our newfound climbing prowess. So you haven't seen anything about the second bell tower visitor pass with sending that fellow up to the canopy? Yeah, I guess we'll find out. Wonder what that does. So no background sledge here to climb through, as much as it looks like there should be. But in any case, we'll... Should we take the long way? I don't know. I mean, the one thing that we're just missing is the Overseer. I don't know if that'll be worthwhile to backtrack for, but let's take the long way and check it anyway, and slowly make our way back up. It's very clear to me how to proceed with the area in the canopy, though, where there were some pretty obvious locations where the gloom water climb would help. Oh, feels like we woke that up. Nothing to really climb through here. And still no sign of that torn Overseer. I don't know if we just missed it in the artwork somewhere at some point. Never found it for some trivial reason like that. But let's go up. Yeah, incredible that we're still missing this. Maybe it's somewhere in the whole right side sequence. Very hard to tell. We've been through it a few times and found nothing. Don't know if there is much sludge to climb through here. It's kind of nice when the plants aren't sniping at you everywhere. Yeah, look at this. Big wall of sludge pouring in. That looks like it might be significant. Oops. No energy. You know what? No, let's just... This is supposed to be the way down anyway, not up. So... Makes more sense to just go up the fast way. Unless there's anything down here. No. Okay, so next save point. Right, we're missing the overseer, so we couldn't just pour it there. That's okay. We'll want to backtrack through here for clues anyhow. Oh. Yeah, really nice to just not pull any aggression here. It's like you're wearing the Goomba hat or something. Oh yeah, no, this is a path that we opened up left to right. It's actually not worthwhile to traverse that right to left, I don't think. Let's just take an easier route. Oops. Surprisingly, no real gloom to climb up. At least not in this area. Once we get to the canopy, obviously, there's a lot more. Check high locations again, just in case there was anything of note that we hadn't already seen. Yeah, no, we had been to that upper segment previously. Pretty sure. Here by the statue of the Madonna. Very nice to disable all of these. Yeah, we've been around this whole loop. Would have been faster to get to the save point the other way, but that's okay. We'll loop back to it and tag it. Yeah, I better drop back towards that one. Oop. Hang on. Oh, just barely missed all that. Missed it again. We're maybe rushing this a little bit much. Notice there's a slot right above this here. Had I been there? I think so. Yeah, we looted all that. Anyway, we know there's lots of gloom to climb here, so we'll do it. And that finally accounts for a ton of the elevation gain. I marked out this spot on the right quite a long time ago as a point of interest, because there was something here. Harry is beyond repair. Just the outside of the structure, that's fine. I wonder if there's anything on the left side here, since this clearly kind of continues this way. But we'll keep climbing and just be aware of any endpoints that we hit. So if you climb over here, then what happens? You can get further this way and this way. Yeah, this probably goes all the way up to the egg. In all likelihood. Let's see if there's a save point up here. Does this require some kind of key? Oh, it's the library. Yeah, we've sent a lot of units over here. I want to check the lower area first before we do the library, I think. Maybe. Actually, no, let's do it now. Actually, yeah, the library is the Temple of the Black Egg. This looks really, really significant. I think we want to explore the part of the canopy I want to see first, and then we'll come back. I wanted to check down below first. We'll come back, because that's clearly going to be some major interaction. The egg looked bigger from the higher vantage point that we had seen it from prior to this. Okay, though, just falls all the way back down here. I want to check the left side to see if there was another little fountain climb. Oh. Or if it was just on the right side where it's clearly all pouring from the egg. Yeah, there is... No, this wall is just a wall. We've been up it a few times. Okay, let's go back to the other spot then. And back up to the library. Oh, and look at this. That feeling of being on top of the world is incomparable. Even Metropolis looks small from here. Can I see it? Anyway, not really on top of the world here, because we can go even further. Yeah, after having seen the librarians throughout the whole game, there is a good bit of expectation that comes with this place. I mean, I didn't know when we first saw it from above that that was the library. Despite having heard about the library throughout, we didn't exactly know what was referred to by that. I'll check the right side here again one more time. Nope, just boundary. Okay, well. Most recent save was the canopy. I was kind of expecting we'd get into something like a boss here, but we'll see what happens. This is clearly the source. But how much of a zone are we dealing with here? Let's listen to Cassandra, whom we discovered down below. I wonder what happens if you don't discover her down below. I guess you have to, because... Actually, no, you don't. It's entirely possible to just have missed her, right? If you come down here and you don't bother checking up here and you just go around a long way, the way that we did many, many times. The catalyst was meant to turn a whole planet into a habitable home for the content of the library. Now a large portion of it is gone forever. If the hand had listened to me, she might have found a way to seal the breach already. We wouldn't be in such a hurry to land now. And she insisted that she knew better. She harvested it and cleaned it and tried to turn it into more pearls. More units to help the vessel at large, she said. She looked to turn the catastrophe into an opportunity, mitigating our loss in her own way. And she succeeded somewhat. Pearls were imperfect, corrupted, but better than nothing. That forces my respect, even if it goes against my nature. Okay, so she tells us about it, but then... yeah, I guess that's the point of having rescued her. Woo, okay, big zone here. We've got a few different levels to descend into, where it preserves the record of humanity. Can't quite make it up here. Yeah, you have to collect librarians, otherwise they aren't here. It seems so. Well, let's descend and find out how we're doing. Anyway, here's Janice. And we've got a very ominous looking panel over here. We lost so many companions when the Spine's mindless drones attacked us. All this time I really believed that the breath would do something to fix them, or to stop the leak at the very least. It was the most important responsibility. Instead, they let it flow. They let the vessel become a parody of the promised land. I feel so betrayed. What was even our point? We will read the library overview in just a moment. Let's pick this up, though. Flash memory. Unusual request detected. So yeah, it fills in more about Ember. Access to the precious samples. Don't trust machines except this little fellow here. When she comes back, it'll mean the dust is settled. Yeah. So yeah, I can see why it's ordered like this, that then you kind of have this chronology of what was going on here with all of the instructions that ultimately lead everything to ruin. But as far as the library overview goes, the latest review of the library's current status and its terraforming capabilities. Breach detected in the catalyst basins. 64% remaining, and 50% of the catalyst reserves are required for the quick and stable terraforming of an exoplanet. Well, so it's still possible. So you're saying there's a chance. Fauna lost. Oh no, they've gone potentially extinct here. Jellyfish, sea anemones, and corals. No other issue detected. Terraforming capabilities remain sufficient but are quickly decaying. Land a ship as soon as possible. And of course, that does not happen because of the habitable planet being found, but the coordinates being removed by force. So yeah, we'll learn about this level by level and then see what awaits lower down. And we'll have a save point here too. Miko says, "Welcome back to the library, Keeper of the Eye. Your presence warms my core. To tell you the truth, I was no longer expecting your return. When a spine sent his drones after your last visit, we all thought that you had been caught and killed like so many of us. I'm glad to see that we were wrong. I wish I could say the same about the Eye herself. Please accept my condolences." We'll save here in a moment. Let me just talk to everyone. Emdal says, "Ren around here is so pessimistic. As the library is still depleting, but most of its content is actually rather safe for the moment. That's what I was trying to tell the Blood when he oh so irreverently rejected me. The legacy of the travelers he held so dear actually survived for the most part. If he could see that, then maybe he would have been more adamant in completing the vessel's task. Maybe he would have realized that it is in fact achievable. Yeah, because the thing about the Blood was that Leho the Blood succumbed to futility. Little unit, you came here to. I hope this pilgrimage is as meaningful to you as it is to me. I remember everything now. The spine, I mean. Noden, the latest iteration, got so drowned in the network that he couldn't untangle himself from every other unit. When the time came to end the vessel's journey, he refused to let go of them, of us. That's why he ordered the destruction of the Promised Land's coordinates. Yeah, and we saw that in the flash memory just now. When the travelers rose to protect the most precious dream, he chose to end them too. He saw the remains of the ultimate fight above, even the library got breached. Eventually, the other pearls responded and the spine was killed. It was almost too late, but not quite. Go to the inner archive, little unit. She is still waiting for you. So I think we're probably getting into a fight here. No overseer here either. But let's see what we're dealing with first before we rebuild. I mean, we don't see a lot in the way of enemies just on the field here, so we'll at least take off Phasma's will. So it's not just dead weight. Notice too, yeah, it's just a modifier center, because of course with no overseer we have no travel connection. Let's just put on Splintering Dodge for the moment, and depending on what we actually need, if we're getting into a big fight, we'll see. In the last centuries, we tried our best to be worthy of the knowledge you left in our care by asking for the Pearl's guidance. In the end, it shouldn't have come as a surprise that they wouldn't even listen to us. But drawn and weary as they were, the very duty that we represent must have only reminded them of their failure. If only it hadn't taken a heart to be sick for them to realize that they were still needed. Okay, down to the precious samples. And what are we in for here? Deploy the bridge. Let's take a look at this side first. The fact that we have these nodes here makes me think that we're going to be zipping around in the air a little bit, depending on what happens here. Let's take a look. Go forth, but oh, that's retracted. And what does this overseer think? Oh, she is here. I'm sorry, MIO. I'm afraid I can't let you go through that door. So do we have a little confrontation here after the stewardship of the Nexus for so long? What lies beyond has nothing to do with saving the heart. It is a place of death. Our death. The promised land of the travelers. Why care about this old story? We were never a part of it. The vessel, on the other hand, has always provided for us. She has everything we need. She does not have the land. Yeah, hence the agenda of the spine that we just heard about above. As long as her heart is beating for us, everything will be fine. However, the heart is not going to be beating for that long now, is it? Unfortunately, I must keep this place a secret. If you were to spread the word about it, it would go against everything we have done together, you and I. Forgive me, my friend. Wish you had never come here. Alright, let's fight. Keeper of the Spine. Okay. Oh. We need to watch that tell. Wow, that's a crunch. Okay, that's got a clear tell at least. That. Just stand in the middle of those beams. Okay. Just lots to read, that's all. Now at this point, of course, given our experience with the previous boss that we didn't actually lose any Nacre from Nacre overload. We should just plug it in and see what happens. On the other hand, we need to do enough dodging here, and the crystals down below give me a bit of a hint perhaps that the bridge is going to drop out from under us or something, or we'll have some need of keeping our energy up and running. That need to think about this. You know what? First of all, we have that dodge buff, the dodge timing buff. I actually think we should use it. If I can find it. Increased timing, yeah. Targeted status to the enemy. I think we'll do that. We'll just go high dodge. And see what happens. I feel like gratitude is also just kind of burning points here. Actually. Maybe we should go for more health instead. Or we take that. Yeah, maybe bring back a little bit of protection. Actually, let's go high health for this because we're still learning the pattern. And then that will do. Just as a bit of a learning build, perhaps. It would be nice to build that in a way that synergizes with splintering dodge if you're going for easy dodges, but... Oh, whoops. We'll have to see. Okay. Let's try it again. Got to read the tells. Dodge flexibly. Oh, missing the dodges. Oh. Already taking lots of hits here. Oh. Wow, yeah, take some double damage from some of those attacks. And, okay, I see. There's a sweep in and a sweep out, so need to watch out for that. Well, given that it was on the spine's orders that the coordinates were taken, I'm guessing that's part of the secret that we have discovered embedded here. Yeah, there's a bit of a spread on that. We just stand Nope. Nope. Okay, wasn't reading that tell and dive. That's okay. And then, nope, misread that one. So, not gonna last very long here. Nope. Need to get in position a little faster there. That's okay, we just need to see all the various patterns. Also, notice that we're still missing one coding component. We're at 3 out of 4. So somewhere on the map, we're actually still missing one critical point of health that could have assisted us here. Well, let's see. Absolutely expect multiple phases on this one too, of course. Let's wait for a clear opportunity first. That was not a clear opportunity. Oh, we've just been bodied a little bit here already, but oh well. Yeah, I'm trying to distinguish that tell from the other one. Let's just watch. It's the shape of the pose. And yeah, off-screen means it's something's going to come down. We need to remember that's going to be the follow-up. Not lasting very long so far, but we'll just learn to read everything here one by one. So, yeah, the flash is going to be the double swipe. Okay, that's dodgeable. And then comes down after that attack. Oh, hadn't seen that ring attack before, that's new. This is the beam. Good, nice open dodge window for that. This is the double attack. Get in middle. I have to reposition out of that. This is something new. Yeah, so just walk around these, I think. But then you need to dodge that attack afterwards. A lot of sweeping. This is just float in the middle. Oh, but you need to sustain height. Nope, wow, it just got blasted. There's a lot of patterns to watch, basically. But we're seeing lots of new material there already. We were almost at halfway. I expect there would be something like a second phase, though, so can't be too complacent. I mean, beyond just the first health bar, I mean. There are phases within the same health bar, the same boss, as it were. And then sometimes you get a double boss like we did with Anra and Dr. Helen. We haven't very often encountered those kinds of double boss situations, so I guess. Saying the curtains are well animated, yeah. It's curtains for us, that's for sure. So yeah, we got pretty far in terms of seeing new phases. Past the 1/3 mark or so. Yeah, if you don't see the flash on the curtain, that means it's the beam attack rather than the splash here. Got hit by that anyway, though. Still need to work on that timing. And then it comes down after this. Oh, dodged too early. We got hit so many times at once. Tell by all the shards. This beam. Okay, this is going to be the background attack. This attack pattern reminds me of some Kirby fight that I can't quite place a finger on, actually. Just reminiscent of that somehow. Yeah. We'll see. You think it might be like Alphaless with the Spear Sweep? I'm thinking of a 2D Kirby fight, though. I just can't remember which one. But there's a 2D one that has a similar cosmic sequence with attacks from the background like that. Okay, and then... Okay, actually timing that time. Oh, and then there's a splash out of it, though, so you need to get around a couple of things there. Okay, this is just keep moving, mostly. Second part of the pattern is the low sweep. Yeah, the even-numbered parts of the pattern are the low sweep. This reminds me of something in Silk Song, where you have to sustain a position to dodge the web of beams. I don't remember which fight I'm thinking of there, but that's absolutely a silky thing. Whoa, okay. And then you've got that upper beam attack there. That's... something we'll need to deal with as well. That's okay, just lots of attack patterns to watch. I feel like our current damage output is not that bad in terms of being able to push through the first phase quickly. I expect there will be lots to come after that, but we just need to learn a whole lot of defense. And the energy chart upon damage thing isn't even that bad, because we are getting hit so much. What does it tell? Beam? Nope. Still can't quite dodge the first swipe there. That's been a bit of a timing issue. Got that at least. Oh, no, and forgot the follow-up at the end. Keep forgetting that there's a third part of that pattern, where there's the radiating attack on the outside. So, first, and then second, third, fourth. Now we need to basically bait these attacks and give ourselves lots of space. Hold position, get out. Well, oh, that spins. Okay, so we did not have a safe zone for that spin. Okay, and then this is going to be the upper beam attack. Sort of a Metroid Queen pattern, almost. Oh, it sweeps from the other side now. I don't know how to tell which side that's going to attack from, whether it's consistently going to be on that end. That's a stay off the ground moment. Bait the attack. And it didn't drop quickly enough. That's okay, that's new. just constant variation in this pattern. Actually, you just need to learn a lot of attacks that are coming in sequence. They are seemingly coming in a reliable sequence, which helps because you don't need to guess too much. That you move from one batch of attacks to the next. And yeah, there are a couple of things that we need to clean up. After the sort of sideways drill attack followed by the stomp from off screen up top, we always forget about the follow-up where there's the big circular beam that comes out. And on the stationary float in the beam network on the second phase, we're forgetting about the spin on the second part of that. So, oh, here we go again. Okay, get out, and then get out. Yeah, good. That's correct. Can't really attack into it, but... Oh, didn't get out in time. Yeah, there's a moment when the head tilts towards the attack direction. First phase seems like it always goes right-left, but then it goes left to right later on, and we need to be aware of that fake out. Let's wait for the beam. Got it. Now this is very reliable. Oh wait, no, we're getting this attack first. First, second, third, fourth. Okay, no, you always have to find the center point. Always the center point. But that ends as soon as it hits you, though. And you get behind there, then you're okay. Then you just rush over here afterwards, and then you have a very clear attack opportunity, and then get out. Which side? Yeah, there we go. I always miss that. I still don't have the timing down for the first part of the attack. I think we need to stay grounded for that, actually. Okay. Anything different about this? No. Nothing different. It just cycles back. Left to right in this phase. Almost at half. Okay. Barely dodged it. Is there a change up here? Let's watch. Huh. Curious. Hold still. And get out. Oh. A little bit tricky here. Yeah, because you need to stay off the ground, but you also need to have enough height that you can actually maneuver and float. I think for that one, what we do is we tap one of the crystals, we double jump up, we hold position, we bait the beams, but then you have enough height that you can gently float down when you move left to right. Or right to left. So yeah, I do have a plan for that, but it requires a little bit of improvisation. We're getting better at a lot of it, actually. And we're getting the health pool down to about half. We might make some tweaks with the build, but we'll see about that when we get there. So for the slap and spread attack, I wonder if we can actually stay grounded for the first part, because I'm out of position quite often when it comes to that timing. Nope. Yeah. Actually, you can kind of just time all three dodges rhythmically and... Oh, missed it. Stay out. And get out, yeah. Missed it. This has been sloppy. I baited into an early dodge that time. We need to find a center point quickly. Yeah, that's how you do it. Find a center point quickly. Nope. Just trying to dodge around that one. Didn't work. Oh, nope. Couldn't get there in time. Might need to grapple over sometimes if it's really too far, but we'll see. I was out of position and too slow to get there. You might need to stay centered in that phase. Yeah, it's just a very high variety attack pattern to learn. But so far, it's manageable. It's more that we've been inaccurate sometimes. But the reads are manageable. Good. Okay, now stand back. Yeah, we don't need to go for the headshot all the time as well. We can hit from a pretty wide berth. Ooh, going left to right already. So yeah, that's earlier than expected for that. So we'll need to watch out for little change-ups like that. Okay, long dodge that time, but we made it. Now this is going to be the beam attack on the side soon. Center point. And then watch out for the beam. And then get in close. Nope. Still having trouble with that one. Which direction? This way? Okay. Jump high. Jump high. Oh, you can actually tap those nodes, actually. Yeah, you can take them out. And they work like crystals where you can apply a debuff with them. Nope, standing too close. That's okay, we've never seen that before, so it's just something new to learn. Anything new there? Nope. Oh, that's new. Yeah, so it's a bit of a ground swipe, but then you need to stay in a very controlled column to avoid the beams that are coming down. So we saw lots of new material that time. It seems like every quarter of the health bar you get significant new material in the pattern. So it's a very dense boss fight, very quick by the looks of it. If there isn't a follow-up phase, and I think there might be, but if there isn't a follow-up phase directly, then this could actually turn out to be a pretty rapid, just intense. It helps that we have as many damage upgrades as we do, of course. Let's see. We're getting better at the early parts of the read. Nope. Standing in a poor position is very difficult to position yourself subtly enough. Stand out and go. The dark phase. Oh. Yeah, so you can tap on those and jump off of them. Very important to know, actually. Oh, standing too close. Shouldn't attack into that. Okay. Which way are we coming in here? We'll even get the crystal debuff there. Whoop. Stood too close. We can take down a significant chunk of health there. Which way? Down. And out. Yeah, you take out some nodes quickly. That becomes much less of a problem. And you can actually sustain height much better too. They're hard to see because they're so light colored, but... Oh, I don't know how to deal with that. God. Yeah, no, I didn't get a good read at all on that big radiating attack. That was something that I didn't really deal with successfully prior to that point either. There's just a lot of stuff to read here, but we'll get through it. You've not seen half these attacks somehow? Well, it just means that you beat this quickly, right? Just a lot of variety to fight. Yeah, maybe you just powered right through it. We might do something similar, actually. The damage output is good enough currently that it might actually pay off to go higher risk just to really burn through each phase. But while we're still learning, I'm going high health. Whoops. So we don't get into situations like this where I've already lost 2 points. Yeah, just need to nudge your way left or right. Really need to watch MIO's position very carefully. Just snipe wherever possible. And then recover center after those attacks every time. Yeah, if you tap those nodes quickly, then you save yourself so much trouble. Whoops. That's my pattern here. You need to give lots of distance for that frontal attack because it's very, very wide. Okay. Which way? Yeah, at every phase, the left or the right on that sweep is random, it seems. Oh, nope, missed. You can actually sustain yourself on the boss in that phase, actually. You can still damage... you can't exactly pogo necessarily because you don't do damage with pogo in this game, but... Got caught in a hug that time, unfortunately, and that put me in the center position. Okay, let's take a look at the build. I'm still learning the patterns. I want to remain high health for the moment, but we may go higher risk soon. I don't know if Necro Overload will do much, but we're carrying several thousand. It might actually be worthwhile to try it. I feel like for the dodges on the beams coming in, though, that we are using this a lot. Let's take away defragmentation for just a moment, but I just want to try this and see if there's a perceptible difference in damage output. We didn't notice any kind of expenditure on the door boss earlier. Boulder gates. So I don't really know if it works here, because we're clearly not actually dumping money. I mean, we're at 9409 at the moment. Yeah, we'll see if it's noticeable. It might not be. But I might not have a very good sense of speed when it comes to how quickly we're burning through the health bar, because most of the time I can't watch the health bar. I'm too busy watching the boss. Let's do a bit of sanity check from time to time, that's all. I'm not really noticing it, but we'll see. I feel like splintering dodge might be a better one to take, actually, because we're dodging so much. Yeah, no, we're taking a hit there from lack of energy recharge. So that's a bit of a problem. Yeah, no. Yeah, no, the energy pool is too slow if I build like this. We're gonna revert. Oh, didn't expect a punch there. I thought that position was going to give me the beam. Nacre overloads for uncrystallized nacre. Okay, no wonder, because we've got 0. Oh, nacre droplet. I see, yeah. Hence the risk. Yeah, hence why we were at 0, I guess. I completely misunderstood it. Oh well. Sunsail might actually be good here for dodging, but no. We need energy. Need lots of uptime. I am going to do splintering. We're dodging so much stuff. It makes a lot of sense. So. And also splintering allows you to get a better read on where the boss is located when flying off screen. We'll see. I might want that health point back. Too bad we didn't find the last piece of coat, though. Because just one more pickup would have made such a difference here. We're absolutely sticking with a long dodge and the tap to recharge energy, of course. Not going to play without those. Yeah, you see, you get so many debuffs everywhere at every stage of the fight. You get them already with the crystals that are already on the board, but here you have excellent uptime potentially without really even aiming. Oh, missed. That does double damage, unfortunately. Synergizes very well with the long dodge. Okay. That was close there with that energy pool. A little too close. Yeah, so there is a tell for that attack that's separate from the beam. And actually, we had huge damage here, which is why we got to this phase already. That we skipped the beam phase, essentially, if you think about the health pool. It means I need to read the tell for that sweep attack a lot better, because usually from that side position I'm expecting the beam, but I haven't learned to distinguish the beam from the swipe very well just yet. We need to see more of it, essentially. But the splintering dodge, I think, has actually made an immediate impact to the damage output. It has been very significant. It means that we don't really lose that much damage by playing more defensively, too, and trying to prioritize survivability. As long as we don't take double damage from the big beam this time. Nope, stood in the wrong spot. It's really difficult to dodge that. You have to be very precise about your movement. Okay, background attack? Nope, it's gonna be beam. Oh, no, I was way out of position. Okay. Okay. Expecting the melee attack this time, given the health pool. Oh, no, it's the beam. Okay. Yeah, there's something about the start of that movement that tells you what attack it is, but I haven't been able to distinguish it quickly enough. You can actually sustain just by tapping the boss. Tap the boss, double jump. Tap the boss. Glide out. Yeah, because we're getting energy refresh from tapping the boss, right? So it actually makes a lot of sense to play that way. Nope. Got caught. We managed to jump over to swipe that time, but couldn't position ourselves around the beams very well. But we're far. We're past halfway point. Again, we don't know if there's a boss past a boss, but we'll have to learn that. It's not nearly as bad as Sol and Vin during the learning phase because at least we're allowed to take damage. Yeah, we've got so many shards on the field that our damage output is actually very, very good. Okay, which attack are we dealing with here? And you can see targeting the location much better. Oh, dodged. Okay, get it. Oh, no, got out too soon, actually. If you get hit by one, at least that one doesn't continue, though. Okay. Otherwise, it's 2 attempts on that attack. Oh, yeah, so I don't know how to dodge that yet. We saw the attack accurately that time, but it's not mean I could dodge it. So now we're in peril. Nope, fell down too quickly. But basically, if I disable 1 or 2 of the orbs, I can actually keep swiping at the boss and double jumping out of it and just attack during that phase, and it does work. It's just that the beams are so light colored that they can be a little bit hard to spot when everything is glowing in that phase. But that phase should be taken as an attack opportunity to just burn things down quickly, and also even land a few dodges for more crystals. Nope, almost. Already pretty much at the halfway mark. Okay, up. Up. Now what kind of attack will we get at the phase transition? We'll have to find it. Is it the swipe or the beam? We have to watch. It's hard to tell. It is the swipe. And we need to just dodge multiple times. Oh, yeah, the big attacks are in the middle. Don't know what to do with it yet. Don't know what to do with a lot of those attacks yet, actually. We just want to burn through this phase if we can. Oh, nope, missed my timing. Should have been an easy one to hit, to evade. Okay, that does it twice now. That's new. We're close. Okay. She defeated. Good thing I spotted that you had to stand in a corner for the radiating attack. That can't be it though, right? Let's see. Maybe that is it. Do I have the opportunity to heal up before I do this? Or are we forced in by cutscene? I think we are forced in, so let's see what happens. I knew there would be more. There had to be. Or rather... Well, I mean, we're taking another hit here, but then given that I'm already down by so much, does that mean that I'm actually dead, or... Because if I'm already down to the bottom of my health at the maximum point of decay, well, we'll find out. That's really just a cutscene sequence, I guess. And we'll figure out what's going on here. So I have my suspicions about what this is. I think we're going to find the coordinates. From Ember, the Last Traveler. Now, do we actually need to finish the delivery to the heart, though? Given that we had the voices, we had the coordinates. Do we see that other plot thread resolved? Maybe not. So this is interesting. Oh, I see. So we take Oh no, we'll play as Ahti, and Ahti's gonna take MIO back to some point of safety here. Maybe down to the heart. Given that that's what Ahti is keeping, and ultimately that was the shared objective. To not only restore the heart with the various voices, but also have, the coordinates available. Now the thing is, it's possible to come here without having fought Ahti at all and gotten into the post-game save, right? But then in that case, you wouldn't have the voice of the spine. I don't know if that matters to the ending sequence here, when the coordinates are what matter. Let's watch. As we approach Clea, the heart of the vessel.
Tired. So very tired.
Now we can land the ship.
So very frail. The vessel is too heavy. I can't carry her anymore. This is as far as I take us. I am sorry. This presence, the sounds of these steps, I know them. Attie, it has been so long since I sent you away. Alone and blind. There was only one thought that kept me going. That you would come back to me. That you would bring me an answer. But you brought so much more. Voices. A sister.
I guess if you don't fight Ahti and defeat her, then Ahti actually is the keeper of the voice of the spine. And so no matter what, the voices get restored. But the proper ending has the coordinates for landing and terraforming and colonizing with what we have left in the 60-ish% of material pouring forth from the egg. But that looks like it is, indeed, a true ending.
Attie,
And Ahti and MIO will
thank you.
join the pearl together, join the core. With their mission accomplished.
You brought us to the end of our long travel. All that is left is to follow that final trail. And then, after everything is settled, peace. rest.
And that is the conclusion of MIO Memories in Orbit for the second time. Thank you for the GG. Yeah, since hitting the first ending 3 streams ago, that was a substantial continuation of the experience, considering how thorough I thought I had already been at the start. But there was so much more to take in mechanically, and that was really quite a treat. Despite the extremely high variety of patterns, the final boss there actually, I think, turned out to be one of the easier ones to pick up and learn, partly because we had so much damage output that I was just burning through the phases, and so there's so much of a change up in the attack pattern that it isn't really even so much a test of consistency, because you just have to improvise your way through and at least spot where to go, just from a bit of familiarity with mechanics. But it's not like you need to do the same kind of dodge over and over, right, like you do with some of the other fights. And so it was a nice way to end on a rather triumphant note there. And you're saying she needs more health? Well, yeah, I mean, at this point we have such a full complement of damage upgrades though, right? And perhaps not everybody who reaches this point will necessarily have that. Because to a certain extent, while we burnt through that fight so quickly, and moreover, even harder fights in the game like Sol and Vin, when we finally did them, that was also something that just went down in less than a minute. That it's just a function of the game giving you flexibility to build towards high risk and high damage output, which is quite nice. As I've been saying throughout, I think one of the standout characteristics of this game is just how well the modifier system is budgeted in such a way that it encourages you to be changing things out constantly. Sometimes changing things out at every save point in every phase of the game, depending on what it is you're taking on. I don't know if there really is that much room for DLC expansion in this game. It feels very complete. We ended up putting close to 50 hours in this, I think. And it didn't feel that long. I mean, considering that I've been playing it for the better part of the past month on and off, at a rather gentle pace, that we obviously did that much in terms of content. We obviously also burned a lot of hours learning things like the Sol and Vin dodge and that little slope that we kept on skipping over under Metropolis that we finally managed to peek into earlier today. And there was a lot of repetition in terms of going back to places that I thought I had swept previously and just working with the slight rotational angle of the camera to discover where the secret passages were going to be. But despite that, even if you were taking this very efficiently on a first run when you're discovering the map, it is a substantial amount of content that still feels like it was coming in very rapidly, with a map that, partly owing to the cylindrical structure, was very tightly networked, and partly due to the shortcut structure as well, with how you unlock doors to the bosses, that you have this very swift feeling pacing to it. But among other things too, just in terms of content that we've seen since the first time with the credits, what an incredible twist, right? That, and you know what I mean with the literal twist, what an incredible twist. That was one of the highlights for me as well, for sure. But just a good amount of variety to the bosses, to the cerebral energy management approach to the platforming that makes the platforming so unique relative to other games that might be a a little faster and snappier, but more lenient on the player when it comes to staying in the air. And ultimately building towards a more familiar, constant aerial play was what got us through things like the last fight, right? Just being able to continue to attack into the electric floor phase, for instance. But yeah, this was an excellent experience. And as much as I actually did enjoy my time with Metroid Prime 4, for instance, playing this in fairly close proximity to Metroid Prime 4 having come out a month prior really kind of shows you this very thorough demonstration of what a lot of people I think felt were kind of missing about Prime 4. And, you know, we don't want to compare apples to oranges here when it comes to a 3D and a 2D map, but when it comes to the twist in this game that we saw last time in terms of the map structure, like I was saying at the time, it practically was like a Metroid Prime kind of spatial puzzle in some ways, in terms of the parts of the brain and the sense of map awareness that it was bringing to the table, and just in terms of the openness as well, and the length of some of the paths that you could find yourself diverted down without too obvious a separation of main and side paths, for instance. There's just a lot of principles that I think were just very well understood here. Look at this QR code. I'm going to scan it later. I'm going to screenshot this. What if MIO was made in 92? We have to look into this. Maybe it's a little web game or something, or a video demonstration, but we are absolutely going to look into this. If it's a link, as I suspect, we'll link it in the Discord. Oh, okay, you're saying it's a QR code for a website game of MIO in Game Boy style, yeah. Kind of reminds me of the retro build of Celeste, actually, inside Celeste. The original Pico 8 prototype. And look at this, so we have the terraformed planet here. The little orange butterfly here you'll remember from recent Kirby games is this Soul Eater that manifests itself later as Morpho Knight. How's that for the DLC? Oh, well, you can move in this segment. You can actually witness the rebirth of humanity. Unfortunately, you cannot use tendrils because humans do not have tendrils yet. But you can see what has happened upon landing, and then maybe we discover the remnants of the heart and the keepers. This is a neat little epilogue sequence. You heard it's a 1 hour experience for the 92 MIO. Ooh. Luckily, humans don't take fall damage. Although we're moving slowly here, so maybe this is just a cinematic slow walk of anxiety rather than a sign of fall damage. But this is neat that we can descend through here, and I'm so accustomed to being able to climb up walls. And no red thorns everywhere to strangle humanity in his crib. But yeah, at least, the travelers at long last have reached their destination and been cloned back to life with everything else except for the corals. Oh, maybe we do get corals. And jellyfish and the rest. There's the egg. That's seeded the terraforming project. That's what the gloom water was supposed to be used for instead of being integrated into the pearls. But yeah, as you can see here, you see the cores of Ati and MIO here sprouting from what remains of the heart. What a lovely shot here. It shows you the conclusion. And we'll just take that in. Lovely ending sequence, actually. Something has to be said, too, of the environmental storytelling in this game. Very much a fixture of how information is dispensed in this whole genre, obviously, but we kind of organically came to an understanding of everything that was going on here piece by piece without there being, any very strictly defined critical moment where that information was coming in. Just clues just gradually emerged together. So yeah, the save goes back to the library 11 minutes ago. We see our final timestamp here. I doubt there's any kind of acknowledgement of it as a post-game save, unless there's something similar to how we saw the voice of the spine preserved. Unless there's some kind of acknowledgement. Nope. Yeah, this just sends you back before. But this is our final map. We definitely missed a few things. I'll just do a little quick inventory here of what exactly it was. We're missing one apparent 40 pointer. We're missing one of the negatives. We're missing one coding component and one of the flash memories and one of the testimonies of the voices. I don't know if we necessarily maxed out with the modifiers, extensions, the cores, etc. We don't know where to spend the remaining cores. If there is a way to spend the remaining cores, there might not be. That's the thing about the Switch 2 version, by the way, not having any kind of in-game acknowledgement of achievements. I would assume that for Steam achievements, they do have things for acknowledging full completion of the various collectibles and other landmarks that you hit, but we don't have an equivalent here, so we'll just have to kind of cross-compare, I think. And that will be all we can really do with that. I doubt I'll be doing a full 100% sweep for the remaining collectibles on stream. I may go back to my file at some point, and we might need to rely on some guidance for the rest, simply because I don't know what we didn't sweep on a map at this point. We did look at, I think, all of the remaining loose end stats were clearly visible when it comes to dotted lines or locked doors or anything else. But again, a very satisfying experience to have come here and completed MIO Memories in Orbit today. And we'll be talking about other plans for games to come pretty soon. So, thank you for joining me today and for the duration of the adventure on the whole, for whichever parts you managed to come in and witness. No matter how much or how little, I think we'll be thinking about this one for quite some time to come, and using it as a reference point for many, many future conversations about this genre and beyond. Thanks for watching. We'll pass you folks off somewhere else, and we'll be back soon enough with more content later this week of a completely different nature. Until then, however, have a wonderful time ahead of you with everything that you may be playing or watching or otherwise absorbing. And as always, really well.